Hello. I am whipped. I am. Oh, wait, let me change the thing. I am really. I need to know, you know? Like, it would be logical to be like, oh, hey, shouldn't you, wait to play the next game? Right? Maybe do something in between, you know? No. I need to know right now. I need to finish this game so that I can, um. Anyway, so yeah. Oh, but before we start, actually, I had like a really sexy thought, um, earlier, which was that basically, because I was going over, um, the last stream, right? Because that's what you do, and I realized that Sherlock is like really, how do I say it? He's like really aware of Van Zeek's whole Reaper title thing. I feel like he's the one who mentions it the most. And it might because he's like our token uh British friend. So he's just kind of put in that position so he has to mention it anyway so that the player is aware. But it seems to be like usually him who's like, oh yeah, but don't forget, he's the Reaper, so Gina, you better watch out, that sort of thing. Right? He did the same with Sotsuki. And I was thinking, I was like, why is he so aware of this? Like, it could just be me thinking too much, but I had like a wild thought that maybe in the past that, because obviously, right, Sholmes and Watson, or Wilson, Sholmes and Wilson were like, the duo, right? So they went on adventures together and whatever, but Wilson got killed in Japan. And so I was thinking that maybe Wilson might have been on trial before as a defendant, and Van Zieks was the prosecutor, and because he was the prosecutor, the quote-unquote Reaper struck, even though he wasn't guilty, and then he got killed in Japan as if the Reaper's hand reached all the way over there or something. I don't know. They were saying like, oh, because Sotsuki's on the boat, maybe the Reaper's hand doesn't reach there. I don't know. It's confused. It's just a wild thought. Wild thought. Because it seems like, because it, from Sholen's perspective, he doesn't say like, oh, he's gonna exact justice on like all the not guilty guys, right? All the people who get not guilty, right? But he's not like, oh, the people who wrongfully get not guilty, like McGill did, where it's like, yeah, he did it, but the court still struck him as not guilty, right? And then after that, the Reaper strikes and then makes it so that he's so that he dies and justice is served or something like that. But I don't know. Right? But it's not like that, apparently, with how Sholmes is describing it. He's saying that even, like, everyone who gets a not guilty verdict eventually dies because of the Reaper, or something like that. So, man, I don't know. That's all the thoughts I have. I have no other thoughts other than, wow, I need to I need to finish. I need to finish this game. Oh wait. Typing ASMR. Yeah. But wow, I didn't want to say this last time, but every case so far, um, Ryunosuke has mentioned Kazuma in some extent. And I told my friend, it's like, how is it that Ryunosuke got like even gayer for Kazuma after Kazuma died? Like, how is that possible? Like, oh no, he needs to move on, but he can't move on. It's just, anyway. Okay, let's start. It, it,
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
oh wait, was that a gravestone? Did her dad die? Shit. Oh no.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. Uh, what? Miss Brett, again?
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life.
Yeah.
As a lawyer.
Wait, so, wait, what?
Please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Oh wait, it's Kazuma's grave. Okay, I thought it was her dad. Because she was like, oh, I'm gonna go back to my dad and he's sick. And then I remember somebody saying, was like, oh, wait, you know, oh, like, by the time you get there, her dad's probably already dead. It's like, oh. No, her dad's still alive then. And it's Kazuma's grave. And what? Suzu's gonna be a lawyer? What the fuck? What? Wait, was that, wait. Oh my god. 13 Justice, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court Adjudicature, the Independent Date of Arbitrary. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature. At Japan. I still can't say it. Also, actually, I'm gonna pause real quick because I gotta go do a thing. Which is like, before we start even, you know, just to make sure it's not, yeah. I'll be back in a couple minutes, I think. Maybe? Yeah. Sorry. Okay, okay. Okay, sorry. I had to leave for a second to eat food. so I don't starve during these really long live streams. But yeah, oh my god. So okay, so Susato is gonna be the lawyer in this case. Holy shit. You know, any game that starts with like a female lawyer usually ends up being a pretty good game. And like, I guess it makes sense because they always have to try to like teach the player how to play the game in the first case, right? But this is really cool. And then also, another thing I remembered is that the flash of the sort of title cover of the case looked like, it looked very lesbian, so. Anyway. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Dad!
Oh, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yeah, good morning, sir. Sir, isn't this your dad?
I hardly recognize you. You got a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
You're learning good from Yunosuke there. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. You can't say that to your dad.
Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Eugene Mikotova, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? Oh! Oh, so is this our defendant? I think of girl voices. Would it be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. That's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. Okay. Ray Membami? Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Aw! Wait, hold on, this is starting out really, really closely to the first one. It's like the first GAA, but like, instead of, Yunosuke, it's Susato. It's like Susato's being a lawyer for the first time, and the person with her is her best friend. Or it's starting out like Phoenix Wright Stone too, where it's always your friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at a university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, well, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, sorry, sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. I'm gonna take so many screenshots. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Oh wait, okay, so she's disguising herself to be a lawyer in this case? Is that what it is? Is this like a Mulan situation where it's like, oh, women can't be lawyers, so she's pretending to be a guy or something?
Seem our little plan. Oh god. It would seem our little plan for this trial is gonna work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotova?
Even if your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Oh, she is Mulonging this.
Guys? Yeah, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But it does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Ray. What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that— No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, the varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of Imperial Yume University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. Did you do the thing? Shit, when was— I think it's 12th Night. 12th Night by Shakespeare. There's like a love triangle that goes on where that one of the love triangle, as in like a circle love triangle, right? And then one of the women is dressing up as a guy, right? And when she dresses up as a guy, she takes a sock and she shoves it in her crotch. Like, did you do that too, Susato? I didn't do that detailed. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. Oh god. It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are bare to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. Yeah. Something's a bit off there. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh. Believe and appreciate a true saver Lightning. Did you know Lightning McQueen's ka-chow is actually just, like, it sounds really awkward. Like, look it up on YouTube. It's actually really, like, it's like ka-chow. Like, it's not as cool as you think it is. Yeah. And yes. So I can act as your lawyer. Yeah. Right? Yeah, ka-chow, but it's not as cool as you think it is, right? Because you read it and you think it's something like ka-chow, right? But then, like, in the actual video where he says it, it's like, really, it's not cool. It's very dorky. Oh, Susato, you go to such lengths for me? Of course. You're my greatest friend. You're my best friend. You're my— oh wait, no, she's the greatest friend. Oh my god, this GF. Did they do that on purpose? Wait, hold on. I need to tell my friend. Wait. Sorry, this is like really off. This is not professional at all in terms of streaming stuff, but hey. They have to be doing that on purpose. If Kazuma is Yunosuke's best friend or BF, right? And Rei is Susato's greatest friend or GF, come on, man. There's no way they're not doing that on purpose, right? Oh my god. Holy shit. Sorry. But that's what happens when you're in a fandom. I
just worry I shan't be the lawyer you deserve.
Oh no, I have complete faith in you.
Ray. She says Susato's trying to out-gay you.
It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing.
Holy shit. I'm crying. God, her friend is so... yep. Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and dotting eyes. Yeah, Susato's in Japan. Okay, wait, Susato's in Japan again, right? And she's doing a Mulan, so she's dressing up as a guy in order to be a lawyer for her best friend, or for her greatest friend, quotes, GF, Ray, who is this girl on the screen right now. And Ray is the defendant in this case, and she... Oh, I'm sorry about that. Hold on. Something fell. That, I'm sorry. That must have been really loud. Yikes. Totally platonically, yeah. I don't need to... I'm so sorry. Hold on, give me a second. I forgot my charger. Okay, let's see if I can plug this in without it falling over again. We love a wonky setup. You think, oh no, you should just get, an iPad stand if you're gonna use it as a camera, right? Nah. Nah, I'm gonna lean it on the screen of my desktop computer, on top of 2 jewelry box cases, to fit the charger underneath. Oh no, I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry, you have the worst timing in the world. Oh god. Dude, everything is falling apart. I'm so sorry. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Good. Please don't look at me like that with those flushed cheeks and dotting eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just... You really do look so dashing.
Just cows being pals, am I right?
Yeah, you mentioned that once or twice. Wait, 3 times now, actually.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. Or she's just really, really gay.
I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put a brave face on, or put on a brave face in all of this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly.
Oh, you're paying very close attention to her. So are you trying to tell us something? I'm kidding. God, I need to stop. Yeah, the dad was ill, but apparently he's fine. There was a scene at the very beginning of Susato talking to a gravestone, and I thought it was her dad, but it was actually just Cosmo's grave. Oh my god.
Susato! You do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have.
What if just a murder was... Wait, what? She's terrified? No way. It's like maybe her life is on the line or something.
I mean, I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder?
Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right?
Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. Yeah, we only learn from the greatest.
That means so much to me, Susato.
Oh.
Defendant counsel, court is about to begin.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's always that case. The defense never gets an easy trial. When is it gonna be like, oh, here's our defendant, and it totally looks like they didn't do it? Well, then they wouldn't be the defendant. Right? Damn.
You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Guilty until proven innocent. Yeah.
Oh, stand aside.
Oh. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into a courtroom with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Oh, she doesn't know why she's not the defendant? You're so right, there's no summation examinations or juries. Well, we dodged a bullet there.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take on her case. Well, I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? Oh, it's because the victim was Miss Brett. Yeah, Miss Brett's dead.
We should be making a move now too. As you know, law is my field, but I'll do what I can do to support my student.
Thank you, father. Okay. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Oh my god, imagine. I'd cry. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
August, 9 o'clock a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Courtroom 1.
She come to stand of English. Is it because the game is in English? Oh, no jury. Whew.
The court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Amamami,
Amamami.
an enemy.
Oh wait, his hair! His hair! His hair is still the way that Kazuma cut it. Oh my god. You never bothered to trim it? Or change it? You know? In the whole... What, it's been like, 8 months?
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Oh, she looks so good! Holy shit! Oh my god.
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
No, she's doing the same eye thing that Inosuke does. No, Susato! He's an English student? Is he? Oh, wait, was he an English student before he became a law student? Is that what was happening? Because we never knew what Ryunosuke was doing before he was, like, forced to be a lawyer.
Ready!
Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Is that right? Why'd they use his last name? Ghostology. Oh my god. Oh no. Don't tell me, like, the game... Next chapter. Oh my god. Our dad is dead. No. No, he was doing it. That explains a lot of things. Oh. Also, why'd they use his last name?
Is that correct?
Ryutaro.
Sorry?
Yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you. For this little venture.
Why'd you say that in front of the entire courtroom?
So I'm afraid I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind.
Well, I would not want to be your son.
Well, counsel.
Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Oh. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it.
I thought, oh, I don't know. I saw English and my brain don't work.
And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, well, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is,
His cousin.
That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying the provinces, but he was called into the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them.
Oh my god.
Tut tut tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is
Ray!
Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her.
Huh?
Oh,
Please be careful, Ray.
Well, what an unrefined tomboy we have here. I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes look his wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I see it runs in the family.
Oh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to fill. Eyes are wont to filt?
The case to be heard of this day is a matter of great significance to our national interest. Yet again, it is a British man who is murdered. And yet, British woman. Shit, whatever. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of the trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago.
Oh, it's 9 months ago.
And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me.
Yeah, for such an important trial, we have fucking pain here. What the fuck?
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom.
Yes. Of course.
9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. This same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a little student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors, because he can read. Can you read, Susato? For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, Counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Oh, she took the jacket off. Cool. Alright, it's time to prove myself. She's doing the same thing. Aw. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Oh, that is simple. I can forget that if I tried. And then she forgets.
What's the matter?
Now that I am standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else that Naruhodo? What? That Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blink.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under these circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Oh, don't worry, the VOD will always be here. Good luck at work, though. Won't like want? Not want. Want? Oh. That just means I've been talking to people who don't use punctuation too often. Gotcha.
Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained. Okay, I understand. Silly me.
Of course, the court record.
Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case. In the court record. That's right, just use R to open the court record.
Okay.
Then you need to flip to the people section with R. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with R. That's where the information I need will be.
I'm waiting, Counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
I don't even need to know. I know it's Giselle Brett. Postmortem report. Time of death just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound is identified.
Okay. Oh, wait.
People! Medical school professional at Imperial University. He's okay. Happens to be my father. Right, my best friend who works as an assistant to my father in his laboratory. She's a friend. Okay. Giselle Brett. The victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student, 9 months ago she was found guilty of the murder of visiting Professor Dr. John Wilson. And ouchie. The lead prosecutor of this case happens to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of these turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era. His hair is awful. Okay. Yeah, Giselle Brett.
Yes!
Yeah, she died! Yeah! Oh my god, she's just doing the same thing. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the court of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Japan. Why then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But it's proving hard to recall the finer points. Everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of Queen Victoria. I'll kill her.
Yes!
Oh, yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer.
At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotova.
Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here in the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder.
The mentor death quote is hopefully filled. Oh god.
A second-year language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett.
I don't even know if it was the judge talking. Oh, it probably was.
Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws.
Best of friends. Friends with many benefits. Yes, yes.
It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai?
There is a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week.
Damn, it took you like 8 months to figure that out. What the hell, you guys?
All that remained for our emperor's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before?
That will do. I'm satisfied with the counsel for the defense. That the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please.
A telegram. Well, actually, though, yeah. Oh, wait, wrong thing. Okay. No, it's extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes.
Pupil constriction? Okay.
Well, we'll get into that, I guess.
Professor Alchi.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight.
Ooh, a beach.
On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. The injury, which proved fatal.
Did she die while smiling? Oh, shit.
There were only 2 persons alone together in the peach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire.
That was not bathing attire.
And the accused, Ray Mbabi. I'm sorry, I can't say your name. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
What motive?
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the motive, right? You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Tut 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 tut. It's the Yoko boy using long words he doesn't fully understand.
I beg your pardon?
No matter. Let us put this to accuse, shall we? Membabi-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Okay. Okay.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. And tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who's killed him.
Well, I obviously was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred.
Ray, please. No, Ray, be careful what you're saying.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details. It's something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said. Oh, did I get it wrong? Okay. Maybe we'll go through all the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young Yoko student?
Can you stop insulting me? I wonder, can you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West.
Okay.
We are told that bathing in water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's...
No, that's not what I meant. I don't need your skincare routine. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day out of the country's wonderful coast.
What?
And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because we're pushovers. Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign power. Yeah.
Sorry.
In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that the dedicated detective on duty. It was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
Dedicated detective. But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me! It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
At this stage, I need to... yeah. So, okay. Being alone together. Membambi-san.
Yes? What is it, Susan? I mean, Naruhodo-san.
I'm really starting to wish we made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why were you alone with her?
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all.
What do you mean?
There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters.
Right.
I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
As a companion?
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you are alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett
What?
The following day will see Miss Brett extradited, whatever, to the British authorities in Shanghai. She'll be leaving, basically. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Did you hear that? They can't pronounce that word. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
Chit.
I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration instead of continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other a number of occasions.
Seeing the murder of the mentor of whom she had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary, until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Ooh. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
The interior of this shack is like very like the stuff inside is very European. But the shack itself is kind of like, you know, like a tiki hut situation. It's very strange.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
Okay.
As I understand then, the victim and the defendant were alone at Beach Hut at the time. That is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime, and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Ugh. I wonder if we'll see Hosonaga again.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Taketsuchi Aochi, has been waiting for this moment.
What? Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. You cut my hair. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Oh.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? Yeah?
This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten.
Oh, you've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. Ah, yeah, it's it's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Wait, then why did the little speck on your forehead grow? Like, what's that from? Shave it off!
Strike the head of the samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of the cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
At the start of your own mini Meiji revolution, are you modernizing as well, Council?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle on top of my head. Observe, the ouch!
I hate that. I hate that.
You see the seed of hope sprouting from the barren expanse of my crown.
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned.
Oh my god.
With that, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. I don't think that's really the case, because the prosecution and defense have much to lose. He'll never get revenge. Oh, man. That's why he's going after Naruhodo. He's gotta cut the BF combi down. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Oh, a haircut is partly comparable to Ray's life. Yeah, you tell him, Susato. Or, oh my god, it is Hosonaga! Wait, Sasuke!
Witness, please state your name and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can't go undetected. What the hell is on top of your head? And I am, well, the next big theme in books. An author renowned through the capital. Yeah, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out. The satirical I'm a Cat! A sensational success by Sotsuki Natsume. Who the hell's the guy in the back? Oh my goodness! Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Sotsuki, even.
Yeah. What on earth is Sotsuki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That awful fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Hold on, let me grab a headphone. Okay.
Yes, of course, I know. I presume Sotsuki-san wouldn't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although, he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
No, but there is something on your head. Well, your glasses for one. Although, they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Oh, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? Well, I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make it for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might be present.
But what business does a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Shotsuki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotova.
Yes, that's right. I was arranged by one of the newspapers. We have a very similar voice. They wanted some story or another about two former students who study in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leaves me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it in your lecture, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
But thank you very much. You practically threw the paper at me. Sosuke Natsume article. Article about between my father and Sosuke-san depicting quite spirited.
Okay. Anyway, following my interview with the professor. Hold on.
Huh? Oh, Wagahai is here. Oh my god. They look like they're having a great time. That's great. What's this white thing here? Looks like a crack. Or a branch. Why is that on a piece of paper? This guy's having a great time too. Anyway.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go along as the detective accompanies her.
Who is Miss Brett? There's no way, like, Britain would do all that to, like, you know, just a random British student, right? I don't know. That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside estate.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Are you still coming up blood? But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... Bro, I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now.
How unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had. I'd never seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked and by remorse and regret.
Why does that guy have blue on the side of his hand?
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you have witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am.
What? What? Are they okay? The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
I saw the blood on the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times.
Okay, well, we know where our contradiction is.
Indeed, it does appear that this testimony that both witness from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. Talking is hard. At the very moment of this heinous crime.
What?
Now, if you'll recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Yeah. That was it. Damning evidence.
I thought you were gonna say decisive.
What have you out there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over on the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Yeah, she's holding the pen, right?
Ah, goodness me! Yes, the victim was clearly grasping something quite deliberately there with her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
The owner's initials. Oh, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membabi. Bami. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant.
No! No, she has the same reaction.
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately into as critical evidence.
Yes, okay.
So, have I admitted everything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to describe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor ouchie of 9 months ago has had none of this man's poise. Oh my god. Come on, Susato.
The counsel for defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san!
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes! Me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Brother Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find the inconsistencies in the witness testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Yeah, let's see. Let's go, Susato!
Oh, what you're seeing.
Okay. So, on the day of the incident, I was ordered a special surveillance. Okay.
Hold it!
Hold it! Is that... in that... jaunty disguise?
Correct.
Oh, wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Oh my god. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer. Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there?
If that made you look late arriving at the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue the line of questioning any further at the moment.
I just managed to capture a crab when I suddenly heard the caterwaul from behind me. Catch the crab.
What crab? You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Sotsuki-san.
In more literary terms,
You may say it was a scream that could pierce the heavens.
Yeah!
Or the like. Of course, that is just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so.
Sotsuki-san wasn't like this at all in England.
Anyway, I spun around at the notice, and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut.
The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although, the Englishwoman commanded the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand.
I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbled and beetled off hut-wise. I ran into the beach hut at once, and beach hut was where I found the parent. Okay.
Wait, by pair you don't mean to say... But how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I meant the victim and defendant, Mbambi-san.
Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset.
If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norn curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Oh my god. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling.
Doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Sotsuki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder?
Ah, you like a literary man's opinion. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman. Dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly.
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it?
Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at the least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, feminine scream?
No, no, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly as a Japanese man as you! I wonder if I might interject here, Sotsuki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Were your words right just now, I believe.
So you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you described?
His face twitching is really funny.
No, yes! I know what I saw! My ears didn't deceive me when I heard the scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Okay.
It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press the author fiend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's gonna become.
Oh dear. How awkward.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd been stabbed multiple times.
She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that?
Very simply, from the blood on the blade. Blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
Oh,
And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived at the scene.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly.
Yes, right. I saw it too.
Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly.
Oh my god, Susanna.
That's just my personal opinion, of course. I mean, you did have that one time where you also failed to protect the person you were supposed to be protecting. You know, on that boat.
Counsel, you refrain from mocking the witness.
Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear. You must really try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie.
What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently tell lies sometimes. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even...
Oh, a delusion.
What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that.
Yes, with evidence, of course.
Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use R to pick a piece of evidence and present it. Okay. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with X, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure.
Yes. Alright then. Now consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task.
Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start.
Okay. So we know it's the stabbed multiple times here. Because in the post-mortem report, only a single wound was identified.
Objection!
Ooh. Ooh.
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here on this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of this menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? How?
Not you, Sotsuki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me.
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right, as I said when I entered the hut. The defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What?
Get to the point, please, Counsel.
Oh, she has their little book. Yay!
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words,
Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Sosuke-san,
But me?
you claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both of you and the inspector confirmed at the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes, and?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
It's true. Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency, there's only one logical conclusion. What Sosuke-san in fact saw was not the moment the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be.
Okay, so maybe she found the body first and took the knife out then?
Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There are certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed out with the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Ooh.
Slander! My head is quite adequately addressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing, and multiple wounds. It makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man.
Engage your brain.
When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown in your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
Ugh. No, that means that she could have found the accused with the knife already in it. Right? I don't know. He's trying to spin this another way, so.
I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient ground for actions to be viewed with suspicion.
Sorry, the yawn. But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back to where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled a blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
What does father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, Counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could stab her again, save her life, hide the knife. Save her life? Hide the knife. Save her life? According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought that she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when she faced the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
No, no. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Look at this stupid girl. I mean, boy. It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Ugh. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may.
Speak, witness.
I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Don't call me Yokel, too. Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Are they gonna be like, if she had not pulled the blade out, then... Because there's that thing where it's like, if you get stabbed, you shouldn't pull out the thing out immediately in order to stop the bleeding, stop yourself from bleeding out, or something like that. I don't know. Whatever.
Very well, Inspector, I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court. On the subject of the defense counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Why does Sotsuki-san look like he's about to cry? Forensic medicine primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did not have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is this what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yeah, it is. Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see.
Ha! This is why yokels should stay on the farm.
Oh my god.
Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Are you saying that you've given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out before, and that's why you know? Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up here to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems also almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have...
Susato.
Yes?
What happened to believing in your clients? What are lessons from the last game? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Ah!
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
Yeah, that's fair. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Drinking water. Forensic medicine. Okay. Pulling away from a wound without thinking could cause harm. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really. I like how he strokes the turtle's head. The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel? When you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Ugh.
Back to the witness's testimony, please.
That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. Oh, oops. No, go back. I gotta press everything. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is? Clearly, the defendant, Rei Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. Did you just call your client dumb, Susato? What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba?
I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. She didn't kill anyone. She's just really, really dumb.
I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Oh my god.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense.
Oh, he had the gavel there and it made his voice deeper and cooler for some reason.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be very dangerous. Can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn.
Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly be aware of it. Oh, okay, see ya! Good luck with work! In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife. Okay. But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight would have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think that inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Susato? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man would have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my mirror persona take a hold a little too much. Oh my god. But this is how all the men behave, isn't it? Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing her. Okay. Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant?
Objection! And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please?
Yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. The man the victim was murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected member.
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Minbami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Unlike a certain someone who had said, Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Minbami-san's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in the testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, at times like these, it's when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it at greater detail, too.
Ah.
Well, I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do?
I know what to do!
Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands.
There's gotta be a clue somewhere, they're just flipping over it.
Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A.
Ah, by looking in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again, have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away.
Okay. Oh, the fountain pen, maybe? RM. What is this?
There's some sort of—
oh wow, she looks so good. What the she looks so good! Holy shit! Oh my god, Susato, oh my god! What? Holy crap. Oh my god. I can totally understand what Ray was talking about earlier. Like 100%. Holy shit. Anyway.
There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Oh, okay. Can I open this?
If we take off the pen's lid—
it's just a normal pen. Whoa! Oh shit, not that. Yeah, you don't have to yell at me.
Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
Oh, yeah, taking apart pens! Oh my god, did you ever take apart pens during school? Like, on your desk, you're just like multiple pen parts, and then you unscrew pens, and then like put different pens together and make like chimera pens, you know? Or you have like the red-blue Papermate pens, and then you switch the blue ink and the red ink for some reason, just to infuriate people. Yeah.
Now let's unscrew this barrel, shall we?
There's no ink?
This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't seem to actually be any ink in there. It's just that, that's all.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
Right, but there's no like residue or anything. Oh, never mind, there's still a small amount? Okay. So if they're like, she tried to write something, it's probably wrong.
The RM initials are clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Okay. So we know that it's not... It's probably not Ray's pen, and it's empty. Oh, we can actually check this now. Raucus England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Sotsuki-san, is it, father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England.
I had accused of murder!
The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
Oh. I do hope you weren't hurt. What's on the back? Because there's always something on the back.
This is the newspaper from Sotsuki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory.
Again? No way again. Not again. Is it again? Wait. No way they played the same shit again where she actually drank poison from the wine glass and then fell over and then someone stuck a knife in her. There's no way. There's no... Really? Really? Are we doing the same thing again? Are we doing the same thing again? Are we doing the same thing again? Ace Attorney?
Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research... Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen.
It's this morning's paper that Sotsuki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've never heard such a thing. Where on earth could a reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story on our paper this morning, was there?
What? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the lab. I put Ray in charge of the project.
Oh, maybe they're gonna try to blame her for it. And that it's not actually gonna be poison.
I put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray, she was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
Okay. Right, because she has this wine glass happening. Oh, okay. Wait, I think it's probably the pen. Motive. Or... Oh, Okay, screen, calm down. Calm down. Capture card, calm down. Man with the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson was the defendant's highly respected mentor. That's not... Had a motive for killing the victim. Is it this one? It have a motive for killing the victim. Is it... Wait, is it this line? With this pen?
Objection!
Okay, yeah, no it's not. Oopsie.
Under evidence you've structured my direction is supposed to prove your point.
I apologize. I did present it rather more forcefully than I intended to.
You will kindly refrain from those overly exuberant outburst counsels, be they verbal or material.
He really put me in my place there.
Okay, let me safety save. Because I'm confused. And this is like only the second one, which is really embarrassing. Safety save in 6, okay. Oh, the title of this thing changes. Cool. Okay. He said examine the evidence, so it has to be What is the evidence? We're not gonna talk about the poison, are we? Because that just accuses Ray more. That's not good.
Hold it!
Oh, oops.
Attention!
Okay. Because I don't think he's saying anything wrong, right? Man murdered was Dr. Wilson, yeah. But Elan's student to have a motive, yeah. In other words, there's no reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Is it this? You're saying that it might be the poison? What's time of death? What? Oh. Oh, there's details here. What? Exclusive and deadly poison stolen from Yume. Following lecture at Yume by Sosuke Natsume on the 11th, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison being secretly developed and the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university will have to be consulted. Why is the poison being developed? Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and an acute contraction of pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Okay, so it does seem like she was killed by this poison, huh?
Objection!
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
So basically, Ray knew about the poison, right? So she drew away the wound to try to save her somehow. Thinking that the poison was on the knife, maybe? What?
And Yoko not only has a poor grasp of law, but also is a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the laboratory at the Imperial Yume University.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. Fuck yeah.
But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Bruh. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of this newspaper article affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency.
yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in an article where it says,
the second one, right? Or the second one, probably?
the article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Benbami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death is yeah, the cause of death is that. The word poison appears nowhere in this document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel is something. The poison has nothing whatsoever to do with the case. I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly.
Ooh.
From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Isn't it just a newspaper article again?
Take that!
How exactly would you explain this evidence? Oh, oop.
In truth, I'm not really sure. Oh no, I'm losing points by the mile a second. But my father always taught me to ask my elders whenever I was in trouble. So I thought I should ask your opinion, Your Excellency.
If it is the advice you seek, Counsel, then I suggest that, before indiscriminately thrusting evidence under my nose, why not thrust it under the nose of the professor at your side?
I think he means you.
Good grief! Thrusting that under my nose isn't going to solve anything here. We must use our hands. The article in the paper had details on toxin. Now, where have we seen similar details? Does anywhere come to mind?
Oh, you mean I ought to search through all the evidence looking for that? Oh!
The autopsy. Okay. I got it.
Yes, I'd like another chance to prevent evidence, if I may, Your Excellency.
I thought it was gonna be because the poison was stolen, she was worried that somebody might be using it. Okay.
In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to court now. What? Okay.
Post-mortem report.
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, "Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim." Oh. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I had no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well...
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective?
Now he's also yokel. In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison.
onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely,
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, with no doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence.
You... Yokel student and yokel professor.
Yes.
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Eugen Mikotoba.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defendant's counter argument. Or defense counter argument. Oh my god, I can't speak. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please.
It pains me to have admitted it, but I'm afraid I don't know.
You don't know.
The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft.
Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded?
No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of the secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father. Shh! A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfounded. Is this Ray? Oh, yeah. She's just in the middle.
None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault.
Ray.
Mimbami-san, I can't say your name right ever. You stand accused here. Outbursts like that will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew.
I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sotsuki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea of who the big thief was.
Oh, she thought it was Miss Brett. Oh my god. The thief? You don't mean...
Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join a little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well now, whatever do you mean?
And then, she suddenly got to her feet, or falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor.
Uh-huh.
That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it.
In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the infection of stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her.
which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. The blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hope. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
I see. It's weird that she just collapsed in front of her. No one was there.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you have confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Well, it did not last long.
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Minbami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh. I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
Ah, fuck.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm unsure of it.
Ah, so the evidence is shitty.
You will present the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Aochi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this upon yourself.
Bruh. Wait, hold up. How did you get this photo? Okay. Oh my god. But they said that she tried to take the knife out. This was just when she was taking the knife out. Right? Oh my god. Whatever. Okay. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused murder's nature. For it shows the precise moment that Minbami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true! No! I don't believe it.
Ah.
Order. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that appeared in my courtroom?
Oh man.
Perhaps his voice has yet to break, though these yokels are slow to find and slow to mature.
I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Suzuto is starting to show her face there.
It's often said that picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cognate photographic print as evidence.
Incriminating photograph.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection!
Yeah, that's my question.
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh,
Objection!
that's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
Right? Yeah.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking the photograph at once.
Is it the reporter guy with Sotsuki? No way, right? No way.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, the print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, Council, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but
the moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Oh. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
oh no!
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
Sure. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat to show on the slow train back to the provinces.
No, right, because we're a country boy.
And to rue the day that you came up against Takatsuchi Aochi in the court of law.
If I can't remember, or if I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial's gonna come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. Must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, I'm gonna save before you work this out, Susato.
Okay. Yeah?
Well, Counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph. And the truth is...
What? I don't know, I have to...
There's no possible way that we know, right? If I say I have the answer, it's that they're gonna make me try to present something. Or present a person. And we don't have anyone. Right? Because it's definitely, it's not... it's that purchase the Tornal too, oh my god. We only have Hosonaga and Sotsuki, and it's definitely not them. Right? It's not these guys either. I don't know. No. If I give up now... Okay, just kidding. Free will is an illusion. I'll never be able to look Ray in the eye again.
Susato, you need to steel yourself in some of your best arguments.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to.
Okay, just kidding.
The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something that the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please, do enlighten us.
If they ask me to present a person, I'm gonna cry. Unfortunately, I am unable to present any- Okay, good.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe that you could? However,
I'm able to present evidence.
Wait. Evidence? Evidence? Incriminating photograph. Okay, I think it might be the reporter guys, because Sotsuki was like, oh man, people always follow me around. I don't know.
The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity?
Let me save. I'm low on the lives here, man. Okay. Which piece of evidence? The article? Oh, oops, wrong button. Article?
Take that!
Okay.
What is that? The newspaper again. Raucous England returnees channel.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the...
Wait, no way, I didn't even connect that. Are there white lines on this one too? Oh, there are! Dude, what? What? Wow, I didn't even notice that connection. I just thought, oh man, photograph and photograph? Probably. Okay.
Ah, yes indeed. They already caught my eye, as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably? From the branches of a tree or the like?
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph...
Good gracious!
Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Ha ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of... camera defect? Like the lens is cracked or something? Obviously, it can only be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photograph.
With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
Doesn't it list the photographer's name in the article though?
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ashi, that one of the photographs featured in the newspaper article.
A newspaper? Ah!
That's right. Ooh. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
What? What?
I really need to stop stumbling on important lines. Memo? What?
I see why you're called a raucous England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's many memo, I tell you! Many memo! Me, and then me, mo, men, yes! Suzuki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, the reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn to dusk.
Ah, now that he mentions it. Yeah, the secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Is it actually that guy in the back? There's no way. Wait, is it? Is that why the reporter has an ink stain on his hand? It's from the pen? Is that actually how it is?
Could that same reporter be? A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Many Memo.
So you're saying that this picture was taken by
By many men! Yes! My lord, your excellency, Esquire!
Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, your excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance. What? You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Is he gonna bang his head again? Or, you know, bow again?
Meh.
Yeah.
Many Mo!
Oh, to be continued. Alright. I feel like this case is probably the same, around the same length as the first one. I am struggling more though, so there's added time there. Drink water. Hydrate before you dihydrate.
13th August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant, the Antechamber 3. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin.
Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you stand by me to the last.
I remember.
And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets!
Why are you so, like, are you into this, Ray? Like,
I'm no better, you know.
Oh.
Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment where, in my mind, I doubted you. I forgot all about the first game.
Susato.
I'm sorry. After I stood there and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer.
Oh, no.
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray...
Yes?
Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, what?
Oh, Susato.
What?
You know, you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now.
Oh, Ray. Man, hug it out, you two! I hope that Fade to Black was hugging.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it's you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean?
Uh-huh.
And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. And before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes.
Oh.
And you were the only person in the hut at the time? That's right, just Miss Brent and myself. There was no one else. So I don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I couldn't bring myself to speak up.
It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever went on by that sea that day,
I promise you, I'm going to prove everything you've done. I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true.
spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings.
Bro, watch it not be poison.
The poison should hopefully have identified it on the blade right by now.
Oh, the police, not the poison.
The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of for testing of it.
Oh, I see. So they're not going to be able to identify it? Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Well, did you give them the chemical reagent, sir?
Chemical reagent?
I sent a collateral of mine. Oh, what reading? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Okay.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was the government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing.
What?
It was when the professor and Sotsuki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in.
Swaned in?
And without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on the substance there."
Oh. It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sotsuki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had a little choice but to give him the cursory introduction.
So then, Sotsuki-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This many memo-san.
God.
By the way, did the reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sotsuki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then, presumably, he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened.
Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once.
It's time to steal ourselves again, then. I dropped my controller, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. I can't hold things. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes!
That is me, Ryutaro.
Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
Okay, let's go!
13th August, 11:30 a.m. to Supreme Court of Judicature Courtroom 1.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Mami. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you summoned the new witnesses?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoma's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the regent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in a good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And Council? What were the results?
Oh no.
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
Okay. What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Then is it the wine she drank then?
Armed with the regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
Man, okay. Alright.
In short, the accused people excused earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ugh! Now, the prosecution is ready to call a new witness.
The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? It is this guy. Sorry, there was stuff in my teeth. Okay.
Witness, please state your name and occupation to court.
Okay.
Write in mini memo of show you news. I'm what people like to call a journo.
I don't know. What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks. I'm just gonna give her I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They call me the hero of the hero for nothing, the nice guy of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people. Many memos sent a scoop and offing.
Oh no, does he know that she's a girl?
Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court.
Oh, curiously handsome young lawyer. Is he like... I can't do it on the screen because it doesn't track, but like, you know, like the hand flick. Is he, you know... Is he the hand flick? Okay. The limp hand.
The readers will lap this up. We'll set it forward. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in the 5-leg format for the morning edition.
Yeah, this voice is not gonna work. but I can't think of anything else.
Huh?
Right, then let's start with your name. No, he says British accent.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
We're all borrowing his dream, man.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called Dark Horse at the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
Like, the readers don't want to read about some, balding old man.
Witness.
Yes.
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories count out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down. By the way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many memoism. Religion?
Penny memoism?
Oh yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Sotsuki-san.
Yes, right. That was me. Many Momo again.
But you were supposed to be going back to Shoyu News offices after a meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases,
Just because she happens to be a British citizen.
It's horse-done! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Humph. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my mini Momo memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here, right here. Here we go, here we go.
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast.
A serious criminal going to some junket. What? Go on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story, so I can hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph.
Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish. Through the fine view of my trusty camera. Oh my god.
Thank you, Mini Momo-san. We will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
I think it's... I don't know, it doesn't feel like he's the actual culprit, you know? I don't know. First case... Wait, never mind. Look at the armband. The armband, the ink stain. He owns the pen. He clearly owns the pen. He definitely owns the pen. Okay. Never mind. I don't know. Okay, well. First cases are usually pretty simple. Camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Okay, that sounds right. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stamped her in the back. My smoldering journal spirits burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for a perfect shot.
Reed screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens.
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Would I get away with it? Or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. And extremely creepy if it was just a random person. But sometimes those two overlap.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many momos in a nutshell. At last, it would appear that we have a genuine witness to this crime. That evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No!
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the markings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha! More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
But yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
The suspenders? No.
Oh, wait!
Yeah, his initials are also RM. Well, I mean, we could tell he owns the pen through the thing on his arm and the ink stain, but still, yeah. And the camera never. Okay. The beach has been made of shoddy old rescreen, so there are plenty of gas I can see it. Okay.
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman?
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
No, you've got it all wrong, you little student boy.
Sorry?
I'm gay. No. To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many momoism, it's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
So if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Not a court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Oh no, I forgot. Go back. Okay. The student girl came in and started arguing with her. Okay.
So you actually saw Mem Bami-san entering the hut?
Yep, and she was raging like my journal spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and started laying into her. I mean, If she laid into her any more, there would have been eggs. Okay. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. Yeah, this is the weird one.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! That precise moment? The precise moment. I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. From start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you can use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are! It's all here in my many Momo memo pad. Oh gosh. Okay. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool in the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
Is it my turn to testify now? Try not to interrupt. Oh, jeez, man, I was just trying to... Ugh. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And, in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. Okay.
What you describe is a grim crime indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many Momoism is. That's what many Momoism says. Okay. Plan of the layout of the small beach hut with the victims. Okay.
By the way, Many Momo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journals have to be observed. We can't get involved. That's our Ryzen I don't know what that is.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
That's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may.
Yes, Professor?
I think the witness' last, expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant
the defense request. Many Momo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of many Momoism. But I will gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Nihilism? What? You sure? I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer. Okay, but I haven't really checked the other. This sprite of him is really good. The camera shots.
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided to not make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid private details of other people's lives. but I never discuss my own personal life on a principle. I mean, that's basic Minimomoism.
It's not something to boast about.
I doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you.
That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something other than something or another. Wait, my burning desire to see something or other exposed.
There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though.
I heard a mission. You were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photographs?
Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked. Okay, I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens, poked the lens through.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice.
Ha, obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where.
Which you think would make you reflect on what you were doing.
No, a journal's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on.
Did he just make that up?
Point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing more to be said.
I never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer.
Hold it!
That's the odd statement, right?
Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have this wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have a wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help back before thinking of your camera. Minimomoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time, in those instances, Minimomoism comes out on top. That's not a good way of thinking. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I had to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up.
Claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you no doubt have done. Wait, can I speak? As you no doubt have done many times before your role as judicial assistant.
No, yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
Okay, I think we're supposed to present the pen. Probably.
Objection!
Objection. Minimomo-san, until now, I've had the firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, it's more Minimomoism.
Sadly, though, it seems that the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Minimomo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM?
No!
Raiten Minimomo, RM.
Oh, that's horse done. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of Minimomoism is being a pencil user.
And yet, As the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It appears that you have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse done!
Momo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Attention!
Wait. Oh, wait, I got it. So, I'm pretty sure he stole the poison through his pen. He stole the poison through his pen and then put it in her wine or something like that. And then left the pen there, of course. But like, yeah. Yeah, oh, that's probably it. That's probably why it's empty, yeah. Damn, wow, my brain's so big.
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to account every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... It's the thingy in the back. There it is.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Momo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Show You News.
Other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they?
Oh my god, she's so great.
Well, Momo-san, how do you respond?
Oh, no!
Order, order! Explain yourself, witness.
Ha ha ha! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright, then fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Show You News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
What? An interview?
You never mentioned this before.
When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. I couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we many Momoists, I hate this word, and as we many Momoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
However insignificant for you would deem it to be, the court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what happened.
Got it. Yes, alright. But on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witnesses, Sosuke Natsume-san.
Sosuke-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big.
What?
What? Okay, we don't have to out him in court if it doesn't relate to the case. Momoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well, I will grant the witnesses to question this incident. Officer, Summon an earlier witness back to the stand.
Satsuki-san is hiding something? Witness testimony. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from the outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many Momoism demands I reveal it now. What?
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness.
Well,
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
that's, true, yes. He did. And that's not all, the woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose with the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even.
Counsel for the defense. I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The report is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Cross-examination. The witness's secrets. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Okay. You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which John H. Wilson lost his life? That's not the way I phrased it. Animoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yeah, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you were asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brent answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Oh my god. Phew, that told me. So I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing into a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Okay. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other ones coming running. Okay. That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brent had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Many moist. I just really realized that I can pronounce this many memoist. Many memoist. Many memoist will tell you that. Let them think that you left. Then, just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Oh, try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. Okay. The detective realized that the victim had still had a pulse, so he ran up to fetch her. And Sotsuki-san remained behind in the hut. That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from head to toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging.
What do you expect? you don't know the terrifying troubles like that taunted me while traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They were coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Sotsuki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras. No sutras are resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. What question? What exactly did he say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Ugh! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Yeah, what did you say? Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water edge. I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see?
Well, seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
But what did you ask her, Sotsuki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't. She then said nothing in response. But...
When I understand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will! She didn't say anything. I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was.
He who asks the question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice in my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache. Because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear. Sotsuki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Even in her last moments, she was still racist. Have you read the paper? Have you read the report on his time in Great Britain? I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writer Man? Well, yes. Alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Bro.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Sotsuki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger back at the back of the hut. Okay, so I was... Right, so... In my mind, I was thinking, oh, okay, maybe the journalist stabbed her through the hut, like through the reeds, right? Like maybe that was the case. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No.
Soski-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
In the original testimony.
But, fiddlesticks, I say!
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now adamantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed the crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible evidence to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No. No! The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers, hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This was a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence. The judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible, though the task may seem. We have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. And before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student finally lost. So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is the crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
Oh, I know how!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Huh, none exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed the crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength,
and pointing a trembling victim or a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction. Fantasy.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, Yanru Taro Naruhodo,
But yes, Your Excellency.
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Okay, outside the hut over here.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting that the culprit was outside the hut.
What?
Order.
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire. That makes no sense at all. You've just pointed at the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snapped. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. Oh. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you.
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your testimony, or corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
The photograph work? Incriminating photograph.
Take that!
Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this. No, is it not right? Ah.
Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theory as to how the victim was stabbed.
It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency.
I think the word you were looking for, Counsel, was downfall.
Oh man. If your theory is correct, the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from outside the hut. There should be a visible trace somewhere. Oh, maybe it's in a photograph. Trace. Yes, on the hut itself. Armed with that idea, I must look through the court record again. Okay. Your Excellency, the defense would like to present a different piece of evidence. This time the right one!
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me see. Ah, I see. There's like a crack in the wall there. Ooh! Ah. I see. Just looking through to see if there's any other thing that's strange. Oh wait, she had a suitcase full of other masks. I change my masks daily because the ones I wear always get so stinky, you know. What from all my lying? Okay.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again, I must call you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Over here.
Take that!
Look closely just here. Ooh. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade being forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Oh. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in Minimomo-san! It could have only been you!
Ugh. Whoa!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of his farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
Or not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death.
Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew that she was untouchable. A stool?
Have another look at the photograph.
There's the stool.
The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was...
Killed whilst sitting on that stool, by a stab wound to her back, delivered through the read screen.
Ah!
Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Memi Bami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day.
Ooh. Oh. Oh.
By your silence, Minimomo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is... absurd!
That will do. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to open that. It will appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Bami-san, I'm getting names confused now, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. Wow, we're done. Alright, cool, let's go home. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What, my growth? My growth of hope!
Shave it off.
It was never no reparation. I can't accept this, I won't!
I see no reason for the continuance of the trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict.
It's the guy, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not gonna go down that easy, come on.
Ha! Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the read screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have this hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? I don't know why his voice got deep.
Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed. How she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
Okay, it's a poison, right?
What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
Uh-huh? What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual construction of the victim's pupils is a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see! So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Given that her pupils were clearly constructed, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
How refreshing to hear an argument of a metropolitan mind.
Oh my god.
Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in whose back. Who stabbed whom in whose back with whose blade. Who. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already—
Objection!
Tahaha! Forgot it already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in providing that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. Ugh.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well, Order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body?
There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. Like,
You mean she drank it?
have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. That's water? I thought it was wine. I don't know. Maybe— oh, because the sand made it dark. Okay, sure. Well, so again, it was carbonated water. She died from drinking carbonated water, just like how she killed the other guy. Is this some weird karma situation? The poison could have been slipped into earlier.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
What?
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That is a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Just tell me what it is.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not yet destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot at that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible you claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. Okay. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many momoism. I just realized I'm saying many momoism. No, it's many memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us?
Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl in that pompous English murder arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. No, you stabbed her so that you can frame her.
So, you admitted then that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen.
You can blame this miserable country of ours.
Huh?
A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap Bane in the middle of the charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeking the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
Wait, you're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook.
Argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only to have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, the reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've seen the light. Justice at last!
This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he gonna get away with it now?
No, he will not. Yeah, slap them. I was gonna slap them cheeks, Susato. No.
Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Hell yeah.
Very well done, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency!
Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. That's a very effective proof that innocence. Okay.
So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett then?
Ha! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
She was pure evil. A cold-blooded killer who committed... You know what this pose reminds me of? I now realize this pose... He looks like Gaston, doesn't he? Right? He kind of looks like Gaston. That's what... Okay, alright, anyway. Just the tiniest bit. Especially this pose. This right here is very Gaston vibes. I don't know about anything else, but this one. Yeah. Which proves he did it. No. She was pure evil. A cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here in our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it's my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So, in summary, murderous intentions then.
Whatever you want to call it. The point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right. For society.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock. A crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her?
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously, that would be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. Oh.
The accused administered poison, following which the victim. The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see? Yokel? Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
Two consecutive attempts on her life in the span of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil, and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat.
Hold it!
It got your what? And what exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago.
That's what?
Huh? Really? The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Oh, right. No, she was talking about if she stole the poison from the thing, right? Or whatever. Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right. But the Englishwoman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the English consular court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland as a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. Ray?
I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe.
Ray!
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt up whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all this up. Susato, please, you have to make him listen.
I'm trying, Ray. You just gotta wait, okay? I got it. I know what happened. Return to the dock at once, Mibami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there. That's a lot of words.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant a request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Cool.
It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. Cool.
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brick certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Sosuke-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had this singularly terrible experience with deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
To find out
Poison. Sotsuki. Huh? Maybe it's a reference to something else he did. Because his case was stabbing, not poison. I will remember this for the future if it should come up again.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Many moments then. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly, you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you heard? Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumei Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to be written by anyone else. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word!
Well,
Minimomo-san?
As a journal, and as a citizen of a free country, I didn't have to review my sources. That's a profounding principle of many memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
okay.
So that's what that's all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say. And I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Okay. This is her edition. Okay. This one, right?
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse done.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. No one cares!
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to be some good reason for that.
If it was a reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yeah, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Wait.
Reporter gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yeah. But between him leaving the hut and the victim, there was a crucial change in the situation. Oh! The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's when Minimomo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he used. That could be the key here.
Oh, okay. So, because he found out that the poison is... Because all I heard that it was just a deadly poison, and maybe that was, like, untraceable or something like that, right? Poisoned Miss Brett, and then overheard that, like, hey, yo, you know, when you get poisoned, you also have, like, your pupils do the thing. and that's how you know that she got poisoned, right? And he's like, ah, fuck, you know, I gotta cover it up, or people are gonna realize that I did the poisoning, right? Yeah, okay. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the victim would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel assured that everything will drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information.
I think we... Did we do that? Do I have to present something on the poison article then? Oh, maybe.
Objection!
Ooh, haha.
Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information from this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, we were all told that it is a terrible toxin.
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Minbami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Minbami-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Wait, hold on. I gotta grab my headphone. Okay. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Minbami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Minbami-san overheard some worrying information.
What? Worrying information? What worrying information?
Information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Oh! So because it's a secret poison, right? It would make it so... well... Yeah. So it would be like if they did find out, oh, they used this poison, right? It can only be like a select number of people who did it, right? I don't. Okay. What? Yeah. Okay. Which is why he published the article to make it kind of public knowledge that it is a secret poison being developed. Maybe. Okay. Absolutely. In fact, it's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death.
Yeah.
The extreme constriction of the pupils, yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable.
In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison,
which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Minbami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered the unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties.
Ooh. In other words, someone like you, right, Momo? Ugh. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwilling victim. Or unwitting, yeah. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake.
Because the poison caused by such unusual symptoms and was so traceable.
As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you've already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
But what good can that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison can causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison use, no one would have ever suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do so by plunging the knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order! Argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied with what added warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of, yes, well, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way that he nourishes his remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Oh my god, Susato, you're so savage.
Lost hope?
Oh no, it's a guy. Oh no, not his hat. Oh, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai.
Fallen? What do you call me fallen?
My Virginia, blah blah blah. I don't need a counter argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter argument, because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence?
Where's the evidence? Every time.
Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, do you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in his trial. It's all here, in many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. It's what the Shoyu News is famous for, the power of printed word.
Surely it'd be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if the thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. Yeah. How's that then? Blows the story wide open. See, I write him many memo, a mere reporter from Shoyu News. Couldn't have possibly stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Oh, we got it. But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. But because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this. There's one way that you, Many Momo-san,
could have stolen the poison that day?
Well, I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
It's through the pen, right?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Okay, we found the boomer. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pens. Stuck up on a... What? Why does that C have a thing? Stuck up on a soup con of sumptuous ink. The one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
I had no idea what you said. That's right. The fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this take of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word, can this really be?
Well, Memo-san? Memo-san?
Oh.
When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Whoa! Shouldn't his hat be on the ground?
More absurdity. That never happened.
True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, it's quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found at the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act, whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison into her glass.
Objection!
There can be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to an interview with someone with nothing in his pen?
Oh, some people are forgetful like that. I mean,
no, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? What? Wolverine? I can always claw my way back to the game. I have plenty in reserve. What? Ah! What? 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 Where'd the pencils go? He threw them, right? It just fell on the floor in front of him and was like, Okay. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more. You saw you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that. Think again. It looks as though it's going to take one decisive blow to finish this matter.
As I see it, the situation now is very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence.
Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Any memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. So something you would do well to remember. Or something you would do well to remember. Because we are all past the point of speculation at this point. At this stage, I assure you.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present its aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle.
I'm guessing we just have to test it for poison, right?
The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. Ta-da!
Counsel, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A regent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle, on the tip of your fountain pen, Menmo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't. Oh no, not the pencils again.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat.
Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Oh, no, not the camera! This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to do this, trying to hold his head as a civilization, but I hook up arms and point with the... Yes, many more! Oh, yo!
Susanna, with me!
What? I'm here! What is this? What? They just threw him! What? Oh my god! What the fuck?
Did I do it right? That was a Susanna takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown.
Oh my god.
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
Oh man. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all of the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right. Answering one thing, many Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it's made of, what it was made of, and and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
I went into that hut, intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face! Oh my god.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What? What did you call me?
This country, with its pretenses of a justice system, to a free press. It's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out, and crawl back into the cave you came from.
Okay, to be fair, yeah, I would also be extremely angry in that case. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit, getting all fired up.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes.
You often
Sorry. Wrong place for my voice to crack, please.
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I will remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say.
Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction would never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset of a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I've done my research, dig up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up.
It came under pressure of the government, you mean?
It was our government. If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you try to lay the blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What? Damn, Susato, no chill.
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose.
It would appear oh god. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Oh! Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, Yunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled that trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
I thought he was gonna say, you guys reminded me of each other very much. It's almost as if
your mannerisms are the same. Your poses, the way you fling yourself back against the wall of the defendant's area. It's all very similar.
It's like, oh, about that.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most cleanly that the future of our justice system will be forwarded by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts?
What? Oh wait, he's gonna What? Wait, hold on, ouchie. Wait. Whoa there. Calm down, sir. Prosecutor Ouchie.
I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchie Clan, have been bested by a callow youth, not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Oh, gosh, your journey to cultural alignment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living on in shame,
Oh my god.
I will end it all now with this blade.
Oh my god.
For that is the true path of Ouchieism.
Ouchieism? One hopes that that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. He can't do it. Oh. He's gonna take off the... No, he's not gonna commit seppuku. He's gonna cut the thing? Quote. Don't play Cosmo's theme during this. What are you guys doing?
Speaking of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi.
The sparkles! No! Oh my god. Susato, come on! So sweet. Oh my god.
Can we move on?
Now, in regards to the defendant, Rei Minbami-san, I don't know what happened there. We're not gonna talk about it.
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Woo! Cherry blossoms! Yeah! Court is adjourned.
Starting August 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants and Chamber 3.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do to just stay standing. Oh, Ryunosuke. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san?
Susato!
Oh,
Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there.
Ray and Father.
Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry.
It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too.
The only reason I'm still here is because of you.
Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you.
Susato, don't be so standoffish.
Sorry?
We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind.
Caution to the... What?
I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naohoro, and I'm taking you out to the milk bar tomorrow. Or something.
You just want me to buy you food. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray.
At any rate, we really knocked out the wind in that horrid man, and it felt so good.
Yes, it was really satisfying.
It really was. Isn't there anybody else who we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness! No, of course not. Of course not. There it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought with your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I can't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bear farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba for now. So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame.
What? Oh, they heard it.
What is happening?
Sotsuki-san, Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope, but it is me. Susato Mikotoba.
I don't.
So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san, Esquire's, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san, Esquire's cousin. Wait, no. No, you have the wrong connection. Astounding ace attorney. Roll the credits. Poor Sotsuki-san, so confused. You're not gonna explain it to him? I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Sotsuki-san was free to return to Japan. I just realized that they replaced his suit jacket with not a suit jacket. I don't know what it's called. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. But his inside shirt and vest stays the same. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? Right.
I'm not sure you should be admitting that, Inspector.
Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. I didn't know you could be so big. I mean,
Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event.
I hope.
Oh, I'm not a patch on you. Though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do.
Yeah, is he ever gonna be cured of that cough? Like, it feels like it should be serious, but now it's just so common. Or, I don't know if she's worried about that. I'm worried about that.
9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant.
And then he was on the boat.
And then, on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey, which he did a terrible job at. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now that the truth has been lost forever. Huh? What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder of that Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Oh, the motive. Oh yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? Now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. How can I forget the man who clinged to a clothing hanger, of all things? Ah, my arch-nemesis! How lightly you uttered his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just couldn't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that... Oh, I had a weird voice up there. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mrs. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
Yeah. Man. It sucks bad. You don't want to tell her at all, even if it turns out to be true. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Oh, was he not sick? Huh?
It's been 2 months since since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from?
He wasn't sick.
What? That's what I'd like to know, because after the long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Suzato? Well, you're not telling us the truth, there. What? Oh, let me go. Wait, what did he say? Sorry, Menu, I simply. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you're here again.
Memo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
She's so ready to throw someone again. I've got one last thing to say before they shake me away. Professor! Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Huh?
What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama, yeah. What are you talking about? What does this have any what does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know about the guy who never made it to England, that he died on that steamship. And that he'll never. What? The judge? What? What? You can do the Susato takedown too? Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
Wait. So, hold on, before you, because, hold on, let me go back and read what he said. Okay, so he didn't tell. So basically, the fact that Kazuma-sama passed away was never told to the public of Japan, basically. Okay. Alright. Okay. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and it is a good job I came by.
Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
It's so weird to see him from standing and everything, like having a body below the torso. Huh. Trial's over. I'm not your excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jikoku. You have a name? Holy shit! What the fuck? Oh, and may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Oh no, he knows it's us. Susato?
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
Ha ha ha! A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word with his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? Seishiro sling? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha ha! Ha! Ha!
Oh my god. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now, it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh, yeah, of course, Sotsuki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh,
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back to England.
this I have to hear.
Please,
Sotsuki-san, tell me at once.
I will! Please, nobody interrupt us, okay? No one interrupt us. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. His name is so long. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
Oh, did he get worried because Sotsuki-san said English was so terrible? So he was like, God, I need to get Susato back because I'm scared she will be unsafe there? Is that why?
But he wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you, asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then, the particular part my father was interested in?
Well, I don't really know exactly. What? But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in.
Two terrible cases? Of course, I can never forget.
Your father seems to concern himself mainly with the second case.
Wait, two... What was that? What? Am I, like, did I lose a part of my brain? What second case? The second one, you mean... The one with Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us talk about in public?
What?
Huh? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care! I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says! Anyway, the point is, it seems that that case somehow holds the key to all of these curious, unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
Haunted lodgings? Huh? What? Huh? Where? That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I
thought that whole business was over. It seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Haunted lot. Huh? Am I missing a brain cell? Oh.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Aw. Aw. So I guess she's not planning to go back to Britain anytime soon then, right? Dang. Okay. Hey! Is that Susato's success? Save! Okay, so then I'm not missing brain cells. It's just another case. The memoirs of the Clouded Crook, it's just another case then. Yeah. Right? That took place after the first Sotsuki case, which was the one with the woman being stabbed. So after that, there's another case that happened that wasn't talked about in the first game. Okay. Coolio, gotcha. And I'm guessing it's this one. like, do you see this? This looks like this is very reminds me of some things. Memoirs of Clouded Kokoro. The Great Departed Soul. Oh wait, is this finally the Crystal Tower in the exhibition? Is this does that finally happen here? Twisted Karma and his last bow. The resolve of Naruto. Oh boy. Wow, that certainly looks like an ending. Whoa. I was like, damn, it gets darker and darker. Okay, so so the next one covers the case that they're all talking about that was not to be known to the public. I hope Susato gets to go back to Britain though, even though it doesn't seem like she's gonna be going back. Oh well, alright. It's only 9:42, so I'm gonna look at the first part of this one. just the first part. Episode 2.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night.
Isn't this the
One
same?
of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved.
Oh, okay.
But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
Oh.
I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death. the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Okay.
My name is Naruhodo. I'm just a funny little.
Okay, alright, Naruhodo. I have a... Just from the thing. I feel like I know who it is. I want it to be this guy. It's that, blonde looking... The blonde, Lord Farquaad guy. Who's not short, he's very tall. But he's blonde and he looks like a bitch. It's that guy. I'm pretty sure. Right? Because, first of all, like, there's a stage illusion. Okay. Right? The dude's a Sherlock fiend. Or not Sherlock fiend, but Shakespeare fiend. Right? And, like, the clothes are kind of similar. It's probably that guy, right? Right? I remember him very clearly because I'm very uncomfortable with him. Okay, but in order to save my sanity, it will not be today because I'm not going to sleep. But if I start the case now, I'm gonna end it in a weird place. So we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna end the stream here. Last thoughts is that Susato was really good looking dressed as a guy, and I think that everyone in the universe agrees with that. It was really funny to see both like Rei like being like, oh my god, Susato, you look so dashy, and then Hosonaga and Sosuke were also like, wow, Susato, you look so good. It's like, damn, Susato, you should just dress like that more often. I mean, there's no way she's not gonna appear like that again, right? Right? Because, what do you call it? Because they wouldn't make like a whole 3D model of Susato dressed up as a dude and then just never use it again, right? No. No way, right? Please tell me we see her again just like that. That would be cool. Okay. Anyway. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. And I will see you tomorrow at 5 for a stream on Monday. And then after that is the break. And then after Monday, the next stream will be on Friday, I think? Yeah. So, hey, see you then. Thank you. Bye-bye.